Okay, it is time. So, today I was a bit undecided on what to do, because we had options. We could have been on DDO. It is Thursday, so it would have been appropriate. But I kind of wanted to do King's Bounty, and I'd already done like thumbnails and things of that nature for King's Bounty, so that is what we're going to be doing tonight. So, besides like just briefly starting it up for purposes of just checking audio things, it doesn't appear to really have audio from what I can tell. But yeah, I haven't played it, so you might be wondering, what is King's Bounty? Well, if you ever played Heroes of Might and Magic, this is the predecessor, made by the same group, New World Computing, in 1990. And let me just double check so I make sure I get this date right. But I believe that the first Heroes of Might and Magic didn't come out until like 96. Let's just double check. 95. So this was a full 5 years before they released Heroes of Might and Magic. So what was New World Computing doing during that whole time? No, it's like hold up. New World Computing, according to Wikipedia... no, they were only doing... Oh, yes, okay, good. Okay, so... what were they doing during this time, if not doing Heroes of Might and Magic? Well, they were doing Might and Magic, as opposed to Heroes of Might and Magic. And let's see. Yeah. So after King's Bounty, they did a bunch of other stuff along with the Might and Magic series. They did the Empire series, like Empire Deluxe, Hammer of the Gods, Anvil of Dawn, all that sort of stuff. So lots of fantasy-based things, but here we are in King's Bounty. Now, King's Bounty also had some sequels and remakes in the 2000s that were pretty decent. I think I played a lot of one, but I never finished it. It was much more just the fighting from Heroes of Might and Magic instead of any of the city building. So I don't know exactly how much of that is going to come into play here in King's Bounty. So we're going to find out. Now, we did manage to get both the manual and the reference card. So the reference card is kind of useful because it tells us some things about our 4 different heroes that we can be. I don't exactly know what commission per week means. Maximum spells and spell power are pretty clear. Leadership, I believe, is how many units you can have in your army. I'm not entirely sure of that. Villains caught. This appears to be the XP system. So you need to catch 2 villains to rank up. 2 villains, 1 villain. And so on and so forth. We have morale. This is a system that carried over into Heroes of Might and Magic. So, like, if you have units from multiple different cities, usually you don't get morale. And you see that there are different groups. You can see that the morale of A, B, and C units will always be low if there are any E units in the army. That's because E units, if we scroll down, are undead. And undead drop the morale of all non-undead units. But if we look at E here, undead always have neutral morale, no matter who else is in the army. And then we only have 2 cases of high morale, which is only if all units are H. So, basically you need all C or all D in order to get a morale bonus. And C and D are Nomads, Barbarians, Archmages, so there's a lot of mixing and matching you can do with C and D units. So it's not just forests, just hills, or just plains, you can do a lot of them together. Also, it does give you this cheat sheet. So this is something that happens in-game when you look at units on the map. It'll say there are a few pikemen. Or there's like, there are a lot of archers and some cavalry. So it's like, okay, so there's 50 to 100 archers and 10 to 19 cavalry. Got it. Understood. So we've got this reference card, which should be pretty handy, and it tells us all of the neat individual effects that different things have. So how many shots things have. Yes, ranged units in this game do have limited ammunition. So if the battle goes long, they stop being useful. Archmages can cast 2 fireball spells, elves have a bunch more shots, trolls get a regeneration thing, so if you only hurt some of them, they will regenerate to full, which is nice. Druids get lightning bolts, orcs and giants are ranged, they have 6 shots each. Dragons have magic immunity, which is very nice. Ghosts absorb creatures they kill. If this works like in the later Heroes of Might and Magic game, it is based not off of like HP or anything, it's based almost entirely off of, or based entirely off of how many there are. So you get your ghosts to go up and hit peasants. So your 10 ghosts walk up and kill 100 peasants. Well, now you have 110 ghosts. So, whereas, if your 100 ghosts manage to kill 1 dragon and you lose 10 in the process, well, now you have 91 ghosts. So you really want your ghosts attacking, large stacks of weak enemies, not small numbers of strong enemies. Vampires heal their own wounds, equal to damage they inflict, because of course they do. And demons may have any troop. Presumably that means if they attack a stack of like 1,000 guys, they have a chance to just instantly kill 500 of them. So that's our reference card. But we also have a manual. It is in fact a rather lengthy manual, as, yeah, sure, it lists here as 35 pages, but that's pages in the PDF. These are all doubles, so this is like a 70-page manual. Which means we're not going to be reading the whole thing aloud, particularly because, as we can see from our table of contents, this pages 4 through 23, that's just backstory. They wrote a little novelette. Then we get starting the adventure, adventuring explained, combat, puzzle screen, and winning the game, then appendices. So we have 20-ish pages on backstory, and then we have another 20-ish on how to actually play. So, as you can see, quite simply, I am not interested enough in the backstory to read a full 20-page backstory. I have read backstories for other games when it's, maybe 3 to 5 pages, but 20-something is a bit much. So we're going to get past this. Okay. Starting the adventure. Alright, after the title sequence has completed, we'll show the character select screen. From this screen, you may choose the type of adventurer you will be, or you may load a previously saved game by pressing L. If starting a new game, you may choose one of the 4 different classes of adventurer, which we already saw on our brick reference card. Knight, Paladin, Sorceress, or Barbarian. By pressing A, B, C, or D, each character class has different advantages and disadvantages explained hereafter. We get the fancy font, we get words like hereafter, they're really going in on the medieval fantasy vibe. So, when you have chosen the character class you wish to adventure with, you will be prompted to name your character and then decide what skill level you wish to play on. Each skill level has a different number of days required to recover the Scepter of Order for King Maximus. Also, the difficulty of encounters and overall toughness of the villains changes from level to level. The enclosed quick reference card portrays the basic abilities and requirements needed by each of the 4 character classes. Use it as an aid when necessary, and we will. So, character classes. The Knight. A classical hero, the Knight is a valiant, charismatic, bright enough to escape most any predicament, and he has just enough luck to make up for any lackings in his overall disposition. Starts with the best troops. His leadership ability is paralleled only by the Barbarian, and his starting gold and commission per week are among the best around. The Knight's only real hamperings are a somewhat limited spell power, He requires instruction before he can cast magic, and a slow advancement rate, requiring that a larger number of villains be apprehended to raise to the next level of power. However, the Knight is the easiest character class to play, and has an excellent chance of recording the Scepter of Order before time runs out. So, it is the slow scaling, but most newcomer-friendly class, which might be the way to go, as we don't know what we're doing. The Paladin. Noble and pure, deep of thought, and yet a man of action, the Paladin is a strong character fringed with contradiction. Paladins most often have a cause to guide them through life, often religious, something that they strive to achieve day after day until success is met. Upon completion of his task, a Paladin will normally enter the life of a hermit, simple and austere, unless a new cause can be found which has deep personal meaning. Paladin's leadership ability is strong, yet not spectacular, and the troops he commands initially are numerous and dedicated, though not especially powerful. The amount of gold with which he starts and his commission per week are excellent. Shortcomings in leadership and rank attainment, which is faster than only a knight, are made up by a real proficiency in spellcasting, though he does need initial instruction in magic to get him started. Paladin's spell power is second only to a sorceress's, as is his spell retention capability. A Paladin is a strong character, a perfect blend of a knight and a sorceress, and is reasonably hard to play. He has the advantages of both the aforementioned classes, but toned down. As capable as any other class of restoring the Scepter of Order to King Maximus, the Paladin may take a while longer for success. Okay, then we have the Sorceress. A new brand of heroine, the Sorceress is a highly active character. Cunning, resourceful, and vicious, the Sorceress often has a more difficult path to success than other characters who rely more upon brute strength. The Sorceress has the weakest leadership ability of the four classes, for magic instills fear more readily than awe, and her initial troops are among the most feeble. She starts with the most initial amount of gold, tied with the Paladin, and the highest commission per week. However, her commission reaches a lower plateau than the other classes when higher rank is attained. Her specialty is magic, and she does it much better than any class. She starts the game able to cast spells, her initial spell memory is almost double that of her closest competitor, and her spell power starts strong and raises rapidly. The Sorcerer's level advancement is also quick, second to only the Barbarian. A Sorceress is arguably the most difficult character to play. Her lack of leadership hurts early on, but her spell power and initial gold allow her to advance rapidly. Truly challenging, a Sorceress who returns the Scepter of Order to King Maximus is highly accomplished. Let's see, the Paladin. The Barbarian. Brutish, loud, and uncompromising, the Barbarian is verifiably the best leader around. He reeks of power and lets everyone know how mighty he really is. His every action is filled with bravado and infuses his followers glassy-eyed admiration. A Barbarian's leadership is equal to a knight's, tied for supremacy, and his starting troops are also mighty. His starting gold is the lowest, but his commission per week just might have the best scale. He also advances in rank the most rapidly of any class, a distinct advantage. On the downside, his magic ability is weak. He must be taught the basics of spellcasting and then can barely function. His spell power and spell memory are the absolute lowest. A Barbarian will fly through what gives the other classes the most problems. However, problems may arise in regaining the Scepter of Order for King Maximus, in that his lack of magical ability will hinder his progress toward the final goal. So, of these four, I think we're going to go with the Knight because it says it's easy and it's the most balanced, or the Barbarian potentially, because they seem like they're strong early on. Also, I do love the art that comes in these books. It's just nice to see. I just let you out before we started the stream. Why are you all up in my business? Is it because I got food? I think it's because I got food. Okay, adventuring explained. Now this is something that we actually care about a decent amount. After you have selected a new character or loaded a save game, the King's Bounty adventure will begin. The character you have chosen, and his or her initial armies, is represented by the white horse icon with the red banner. All new games start just outside the King's Castle on Continentia. Really, the continent of Continentia. What? I know that you want things, but I just gave you things. And you will have to be patient now. Okay, where were we? Ah, yes. Save game start where the last save occurred, obviously. The adventure screen consists of 3 separate parts. First is the 5x5 adventure window, wherein you view the countryside surrounding your character and his or her armies. Next, there are 5 animated side panels which run down the right-hand side of the screen. Finally, a horizontal menu bar runs along the top of the screen and is divided into 3 different columns: Options, Controls, and Days Left. The 5 side panels. The 5 animated side panels, or information icons, each represent a different aspect of King's Bounty. The top panel is the current contract icon, which shows which villain you are contracted to capture. If you do not have a contract, a silhouette will be shown. The second panel is the catapult. If the catapult is animating, it means the army is equipped with siege weapons and may attack castles. If a silhouette of a catapult is displayed, you do not have siege weapons and may not attack a castle. The next panel is the magic pentagram. If you have the ability to cast spells, the pentagram will animate. If you have not yet learned to cast spells, a silhouette will appear. The fourth panel from the top is the puzzle map icon. Here is a miniature representation of the 25 pieces which comprise the puzzle map. One red chit will disappear and be replaced by each piece of the map you find while adventuring. The final panel is the gold graph. This is a pictorial image of the amount of gold you currently carry. It is arranged from right to left by hundreds, thousands, and 10,000s. Right, then we get to the menu bar. There are 3 different menus that can be accessed at any time the menu bar appears. The options menu lists the commands that are used throughout the game. The controls menu allows you to alter game mechanics. I don't think that's what it means. You're being very needy tonight, Liesel. Can I help you? Okay. I'm going to touch you on the nose. Touch. Poke. Poke. Poke again. Okay, that's enough of that. Let's see, where were we? Oh, yes! Let's change game mechanics, it says. To view a list of all the game's commands, press O for options. There are 19 commands available at any one time. The first 8 deal with movement, the 4 cardinal directions and their diagonals. If your computer has a numeric keypad, it may be used for ease in movement. It is recommended that you check the options menu for the movement commands specific to your computer model. The remaining commands are detailed below, listed alphabetically by their command keystroke. Alright, so we have A to view army. We can only have 5 different troop types at a time. Troop icons of the same race may not be split up. If you recruit more creatures of a type than are already present in your forces, they will be added to the current icon, even if it places the troop out of your control. What do you mean, place it out of our control? View army shows the icon and status screen of each troop. The status details the number of individuals, the race, the total hit points, skill level, movement rate, total damage possible, morale, and weekly cost for each troop. Okay, so we have weekly costs to maintain our army. Okay. Total hit points is the amount of damage the entire troop can take before it's obliterated. Individual creatures in the troop will die off as the total hit point level lowers. This is also the number which your leadership ability must surpass to control the troop. Okay. Alright. So leadership doesn't control how much army you can have. It determines how much you can control. So even if you have low leadership, you can recruit a bunch of troops and then they'll just, like, act randomly in battle. I don't know if that's a downside, depending on what the upper limit is. Like, if I can only command 100 hit points worth of things, and I can get 10,000 hit points worth of something, maybe I just put that as the only thing in my army and let it loose upon the world. Skill level is the efficiency at which a troop fights. 2 troops at equal level have the same chance to score a hit upon each other. Troops at unequal levels change. A group with a higher number will strike a group with a lower number more easily than a group with a lower number would strike a group with a higher number. The change in chance to hit is proportional to the difference between the skill factors. So long story short, if we look at our guys here, this is what would later become, this got split actually in later Heroes of Might and Magic games into attack skill and defense skill. But it looks like the highest skill possible is 6. So essentially, if you've got sprites versus dragons, not only are the dragons individually like stronger in how much damage they deal and how much health they have, but let's say we had the same number of hit points of each. So we had 200 sprites versus 1 dragon. So same amount of total hit points, but 200 sprites, you know, that's 200 to 400 damage. If, of course, they can manage to hit them, because the skill level is 1 versus 6. Let's see, so basically all this is to say it's like, if you have a higher skill level, you have a higher chance to hit and a lower chance of being hit. And the difference is bigger the bigger the difference in skill level, which is all relatively straightforward. Movement rate is the total number of actions, including moving and attacking, a troop may do on a turn. So we have movement 2, 2, 2, 4 for cavalry. Wait, does that mean they can get 4 attacks if they're already standing next to something? If it's like the other games, then that would mean you can move 3 and you have 1 left over to attack. Total damage also refers to the damage that a troop as a whole can inflict upon an enemy icon, of course. Morale alters the damage a troop can do. A high morale will increase the potency, while a low morale will decrease it. The weekly cost of a troop is the amount you must pay to keep them in your service. You pay the troops after you receive your commission. Well, that's good. You get your weekly income and then you pay them out. If you do not have enough to pay a troop, it will leave. Also, in order to garrison a castle, you must pay the weekly cost initially to set up the troops in the castle. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Dismiss is to dismiss. Alright. F, L, and N, fly, land, and new continent. The fly command comes into effect when your party consists of flying creatures, dragons, demons, vampires, and or archmages. Sprites are not included, as they are too small to keep up with the larger creatures. When you fly, you do not trigger events, cannot enter castles or towns, and cannot engage in battle. Basically, you are not affected by objects on the ground. Flying is basically a way to move around quickly, ignoring obstacles. The land command appears only once you are flying, obviously. To land, you must be on an unoccupied grass tile. After you have landed, you enter normal landbound movement once more. Travel to a new continent must be made in a boat, and this command appears only when you are in a boat. You must also possess the map which details the navigation route to the continent you wish to travel to. Interesting. So, at first I thought this was in-combat movement, because you can see in the reference card that things are tagged as having flying. But it appears that if you have only flying creatures in your army, you can fly around like the world map as well, which is interesting. That's a neat concept there. Okay, so contract info for I, auto mapping. Okay, so auto mapping is not like we turn it off and on by M, but this is like, again, remember we are in 1990. Lots of games, in fact, including games that we have played. Like, we played Might and Magic 1 in a couple weeks back, because I believe it was 88. So, in that, we maintained a map on our own separately, because the game doesn't map for you. But, We have now gotten all the way to 1990. We have the feature that the game will record the map for us, and we can look at it in-game. Puzzle Solve. This replaces the adventure window with an enlarged view of the puzzle map icon. For each villain you catch under a contract, and for each artifact you find, you will also acquire a piece of the puzzle map. Besides showing the portions of the map you have recovered by capturing villains or retrieving artifacts, this view also shows which remaining villain or artifact has which piece of the map. Interesting. The puzzle map is similar to a jigsaw puzzle in which you must get new pieces from the villains. The picture the jigsaw puzzle forms is the location of the Scepter of Order. Very nice. Q to quit. S to scepter search. One grass tile on one of the 4 continents contains the Scepter of Order. You must search to find it using clues gleaned from the puzzle map. If you find the scepter before time's out, you've won the game. If you search for the Scepter of Order without the center map tile, which is held by the arch-villain Arak Dragonbreath, it will last 10 days. If you have captured Arak, it will take 1 day to search. Alright, so basically it's an anti-cheese mechanic. It's saying, really, you need to go fight the villain or get really, really lucky. U to use magic. Okay, V to view character. Alright. Oh good, we were speculating on how exactly leadership worked earlier. I think this is going to cover it a bit. This represents your ability to control any individual troop icon. You must have a leadership ability greater than the total hit points of a single troop, or else it will be, quote, out of control. And on the combat screen will attack the troop unit closest to it. Normally, one of yours. A note on control. Each troop icon is controlled independently. After combat is finished, if the surviving troop is out of control, it will turn into a wandering force of renegade monsters that will never rejoin civilized ranks again. But you can fight them then. Okay, so this explains my theory earlier, where I was just like, is it worth it to just have an out-of-control troop and just take them around as like the only thing in your army and unleash them upon the world? And the answer is no. No, the game will not let you do that. Once the battle is over, they're just going to leave you. So, commission per week. This is the amount of money you receive at the beginning of each week. This income can be raised by finding new sources of wealth for the kingdom or by gaining a level of rank. Gold on hand, that's how much gold you have. Spell power is how much power your spells have. Max spells is how many max spells you can have, clearly. Villains caught. Alright, this is the number of villains that you have captured under a contract. Villains defeated for which you held no contract are not included in this category. Villains caught increases your current score. There are a total of 17 villains to be caught, but you do not have to capture them all to rescue the Scepter of Order. Artifacts found, there are 8. You do not need to find any to get the Scepter. Castles garrisoned. After every successful siege, you have the option of garrisoning a castle. This increases your commission per week and assures that the castle in question will not be repopulated by enemy creatures. For every castle you garrison, your current score is increased. Okay. Followers killed. This is how many allies have died. For every creature killed, your current score is decreased. Wow. Brutal. So if you want to go for a high score, you need to go for like a no-hit run. Like a flawless, no one in my army ever dies. Although it does tell you how to cheese it right here. Dead peasants count just as much as dead dragons, so lead carefully. So essentially, if you want to avoid penalties from followers killed, never have big stacks of weak units in your army. Only go for big, beefy units. And current score is not finalized until you find the scepter or run out of time. Also included in view character options are visual representations, which reveal the passageway, blah 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 blah. Alright, wait and week. This allows you to stop all actions and simply wait for the current week to pass. A week lasts 5 days. Every week is a regeneration week for a different creature. If a creature's week arrives, that creature's dwelling will be replenished. Oh, okay, so in later games, in Heroes of Might and Magic, when a week ends, everyone repopulates. But it appears that in this precursor, each week only one creature gets populated. That makes it much harder to recruit armies. Also displayed at the end of the week is your budget. Calculates old cash on hand, any pay, boat rental charges, how you pay for troops, new gold. Alright, controls. The controls option may only be changed from this menu. Some computer models may have different available options. View the controls menu to display any variants from the following list. Can I help you, Lisa? You're in my lap again. Let's see. Delay, sound, walk beep. This allows you to toggle on off the walk beep noise. You can turn off animation. You can turn off it's showing how big the army units are. That sounds like a terrible idea. What is this, like an immersion thing? Like, why would you want to be like, you know what? I don't care. I don't want to know if that's 1 dragon or 1,000 dragons. We're just gonna fight them either way. It's like, ugh. That sounds like a terrible idea. I don't know why that option is there, but presumably there's a reason for it. Yeah. Okay. Looks like we're taking a castle here. Or having our castle taken. Either way. Alright, combat. Alright, good. We're to combat. In King's Bounty, there are 2 types of combat. Field combat and a castle siege. When you encounter a wandering troop icon and decide to engage it, you enter a field combat. To engage in castle siege, you must attack a castle and have siege weapons in your possession to breach the castle walls. If you do not have siege weapons, you may not attack a castle. When your armies and the enemy's armies actually engage one another, the adventure screen changes to the combat screen. Also, the adventure window changes into the combat window, which is a zoom in on the tile in which the actual combat takes place. The menu bar atop the screen now lists options, troop name, movement remaining. The options for the combat screen are different from those for the adventure screen and are detailed below. In the combat window, an icon representing each troop in your army and each troop in the enemy army will appear on the screen, left side for your troops, and on the right hand for the enemy troops. Oh wait, am I... Okay, my camera is mirrored, so, you know, stage right, stage left. You get it. Wait, let me just check. Okay, so it's not quite mirrored. Regardless, this is my right. This is my left. It does not match, but we'll figure it out. Let's see, where were we? There will also be terrain hazards on screen, which are determined by the surrounding tiles of the adventure window. There are water, forest, and mountain hazards. They are impassable except to creatures that can fly over them. Flying creatures may not end a turn on a hazard. Right, you can fly over a pool of water, but you can't hover there between turns. The menu bar will reveal which troop's turn it is to move and attack in its troop name partition. Also, the troop whose turn it is to move animates. Listed next to the troop name is the number of moves the troop has left to make. When a troop moves 1 space in any direction, the movement remaining goes down by 1. Flying creatures do not lose movement points when they fly. To attack, a troop must have at least 1 movement point and be adjacent to an enemy icon. Move at the icon and an attack is launched, and attack ends a troop's turn. Also, in a combat round, any troop may attack once and retaliate once. When attacked, a troop is allowed to a retaliatory attack targeted at its aggressor. If attacked by multiple troop icons, only the first attack will be met with a retaliation. A good tactic when attacking a powerful troop is to have one of your lesser troops attack it first, absorbing the retaliatory attack. Then, a more powerful troop can attack the enemy without fear of retaliation. Now, in later games, there are certain units that get around this. Specifically, I'm thinking about for the Castle faction, have Griffins. And Griffins would be able to counterattack twice, and then you could upgrade them to Royal Griffins, and Royal Griffins could attack multiple times, could retaliate any number of times. Then I believe it was Dungeon that had Hydras. or I forget the name of the faction, but there were Hydras that when they retaliated, they would retaliate to all like hexes around them. So what would happen is that you could actually screw yourself over if you're kind of surrounding this unit and then you attack and then it retaliates and kills all your guys. So that was a bad idea. Right, so once per combat round, which consists of both armies completing all movements and attacks, you may cast a combat spell. You must cast the spell during the movement phase of one of your troops. This does not interfere with that troop's turn. Also, certain creatures have special abilities that are useful in combat. Some monsters cannot harm others. For example, a peasant cannot harm a dragon. How do I know that? Like, we have if we look at our reference card, like we have the skill levels. It says a peasant cannot harm a dragon. So is that just straight up skill level 1 versus skill level 6 is full immunity? Like, I wish I knew the exact mechanic here. But we'll figure it out. If you are victorious in battle, you return to the adventure window and continue the search for the Scepter of Order. If you were sieging a castle, you capture the villain, if there was one, residing in that castle. If you hold that villain's contract, you gain a piece of the puzzle map and increase your score. If you do not hold the villain's contract, the villain is set free. The villain will take up residence in a different castle and raise a new army. If you are defeated, you return to King Maximus filled with shame. The king will re-equip you with a token force and send you on your way again. Repeated defeats may rouse the king's ire. Alright, the options are different. G to give up. Space to pass. S to shoot or spell. Okay. Note, you may not shoot if you are adjacent to an enemy army. Right, that is also persisted in later games of this series, where you are forced to melee if something gets close to you, which is why flying units are the bane of ranged units' existence. And in later games, there were some ranged units that had the special ability of they do full damage in melee, because normally they would do half damage in melee as a ranged unit. Although the bigger problem is ranged units tend to be relatively weak as far as like hit points are concerned. And if you shoot at range, they don't get a chance to retaliate. But if you're in melee, then they retaliate and they kill you. U to use magic, and W to wait. This command allows a troop to wait for another troop to move first. Basically, if you have two troops, and you want one to go and then the other one, but they don't go in that order, you can wait. Unfortunately, this does also mean the enemies will get to go before that your second one does. Okay, the puzzle map and winning the game. The puzzle map leads to an adventure to King Maximus' Scepter of Order. Alright, we already covered that, you know, we get the pieces by finding artifacts and defeating villains. Scepter is buried in the exact center of the puzzle map, and search should be conducted there. The scepter can only be buried in a grassy square, that's good to know. If you are unsure of the exact location of the scepter because you do not have the center puzzle piece or the terrain surrounding it is somewhat ambiguous, be warned that an unsuccessful search lasts 10 days. A successful search lasts only 1 day. When you have removed the scepter, you have won. If time expires before you find the scepter, the 4 continents will enter an age of blight and destruction, which will collapse all aspects of peaceful civilization, and King Maximus, directly tied into the condition of his lands, will die an excruciatingly painful death. All because you were 2 days late on finding the scepter. If you return the scepter before time has run out, the land shall be saved and King Maximus's benevolent rule will continue for many more years. You will also be rewarded with land of your own and a vast amount of riches. Alright, so now we get into the spells section. Bridge gets you over water. Time stop. Oh, time stop has a variety of valuable uses. When cast, it freezes time for a duration based upon the caster's spell power. When time is frozen, only the caster and his or her armies move. Also, days do not pass, allowing more time to raise money to pay expensive armies or to solve the puzzle. Fascinating. You can cheat the game timer with the time stop spell in-game. I'm betting that's like only useful on the sorceress, but that is an interesting mechanic. Find villain. This time-saving cantrip reveals the location of the villain, whose contract is currently held by the caster. An important limitation of the spell is that only the villain's location is revealed, not his troop type and size. So it's like, congratulations, you have found him. What now? Well, what now is that you show up to his castle, he's got a much stronger army than you, and you can't do anything about it. So good luck with that. There we go. Castle Gate allows the caster and his or her army to magically teleport to any castle that the caster has visited previously. A powerful incantation, it allows a weakened army to be replenished, as castle garrisons can be reunited with their compatriots if desired. Town Gate. Town Gate allows the instantaneous transfer of the caster and his armies to any previously visited town. I forgot that castles and towns are apparently separate things in this game. Instant Army. Rather than finding a creature dwelling and recruiting the monster an adventurer might happen to find there, an instant army spell should be cast instead. If the caster has space, another army will be added to his or her ranks. The size of the army is dependent on the caster's spell power, and the type of creature conscripted is dependent upon the caster's class and level. You know, with how busted the magic seems, I'm reconsidering what I want to play, because I was going to play the Knight, but then again, maybe we want to play Sorceress, even though it's supposedly the hardest one. Alright, this spell artificially raises a caster's leadership ability by a multiplier based upon his or her spell power until the end of the week in which it's cast. This spell is especially useful when combat with an especially powerful villain is expected. Raise leadership, and then recruit a larger and more powerful armies with newfound charisma. Alright, so those are adventuring spells. And then combat spells. Wow, this is actually a fairly short spell list. So I guess it makes sense why the spells are powerful if you don't have that many options. Combat spells. Clone. This enchantment allows the caster to add creatures to an already existing army icon through cloning. The actual number of creatures cloned is proportional to the caster's spell power, and the more powerful monsters will sometimes need the clone spell to be cast multiple times until an effect is noted. I wonder how that works mechanically. Like, does it add... My guess is that it adds a fixed number of, like, hit points to the stack. So, like, if you have... what's something with a lot of health? Dragons. Dragons have 200 health. Oh. Dragons are, like, the most powerful by a ridiculous amount. They're also way more expensive than other stuff. But, it's like... They have 200 health. So maybe the clone spell gives you 80 health worth of troops. So you can clone peasants, you get 80 peasants. Clone a dragon, nothing happens. Clone a dragon, nothing happens. Clone a dragon a third time. Well, that's 240 total hit points. Boom, you got yourself another dragon. So we will... that's my guess as to how that works, based on how this is phrased. Let's see. Teleport. A much-needed tactical spell. Teleport allows the caster to teleport any army icon, friend or foe, to any unoccupied grass square on the combat screen. With Teleport, the caster may manipulate army icons in order to destroy enemy archers, displace mighty enemy troops, and insert his or her forces in key locations. Does it get me past castle walls? I'm guessing yes. Fireball does exactly what Fireball always does. It throws a ball of fire and it blows things up, obviously. Lightning Bolt. I thought it was AoE, but no. Single enemy icon. Lightning Bolt is the same as Fireball, but weaker. Freeze. So it only locks off their movement. They can still attack, and they can still retaliate. So basically, slow them down while your ranged people hit them. Resurrect. Though not all-powerful, Resurrect is still formidable. This ensorcelment allows the caster to restore creatures destroyed in combat, 1 per level of spell power to the caster. Creatures may only be restored if some of the original troop remains. Okay, so basically, if we had, 10 archmages and 5 of them died, we could maybe get some back. But if all 10 died, nothing doing. It says 1 per level of spell power of the caster. So this, much like the scorer earlier, means that it's really only useful on your powerful guys. Because if we look up what's the highest spell power possible on a fully advanced sorceress, spell power, since these are pluses, I'm assuming that this is all cumulative. So an archmage, fully leveled sorceress, has 15 spell power, which means we could resurrect 15 peasants or 15 archmages. Turn Undead, causing significantly more damage than a fireball spell. Turn Undead allows the caster to target an enemy army icon of undead creatures and unleash a torrent of destruction, especially virulent to the 4 types of undead: skeletons, zombies, ghosts, and vampires. Damage to these creatures is modified by the caster's spell power. Excellent. Appendix. Alright, so we have monsters. We can see the morale chart in the quick reference card if we want to get into that. And some of them have abilities. So I'm pretty sure the quick reference card covers all of this in a very efficient way. Because it says how many times they can shoot. It says, how trolls regenerate. And things of that nature. So castles have militia, archers, pikemen, cavalry, and of course knights. Dungeons have the undead, hills have all of these guys, including dragons, the ultimate fighting machine. A dragon can take more damage than anything else around. Similarly, it also doles out more punishment than any other character. They also can fly during battle. Even better for them, they are completely immune to magic. Only the truly mighty can control a flock of dragons in an army. You say that, but the amount you can control is based on your leadership. So, let's see. So you need to be a general, because dragons have, I think, 200 HP? Yeah, 200 HP. So a general can control 1 dragon, and then a marshal can control 2, and then a lord can control 5. And I think that's the best we've got. Yeah, because that's total 1,000. This is total, let's see, that's 160. That's total 800. This is total 1,000. And this is total 600. Okay, so then we have a bunch of artifacts, which do a variety of things. Crown of Command doubles the leadership ability. So you can have up to 10 dragons if you get the Crown of Command. Ring of Heroism. Get super lucky. The Shield of Protection now offers protection for the entire army. And the Sword of Prowess, right. Damage done is greatly increased with every blow. And then we get an appendix. And then, this is something interesting that some older games have. You can see here, if you turn your head, make a copy of this chart for each new game. So, the villains listed in increasing difficulty, and make a copy of this chart for each new game. So, which spells are available to be learned they'll be in different towns, and which villains will also be in different towns, and you need to find the different ones, and it apparently changes with each game. So it's basically like, make a copy of this so that when you go in, you can keep track of it. So we're going to do the modern take on that. And come over here to the GIMP. Where's the GIMP? Is the GIMP sleeping? Just gonna skip by here. Image scale to selection. Sorry, crop to selection. There we go. All right, we'll come back to this as needed. All right, and that brings us to. Well, we spent about an hour reading through this manual, which is actually right on time. And also we have this reference chart, which I guess gives us the locations of each of the castles and towns, which is nice, but we already have that here. Also, much like the last game we played, which was Elvira, I do appreciate that this is not some like perfectly clean scan, that it's clearly a book that someone has opened and shoved onto a photocopier, because you can still see like the spine in the middle of the page. And I understand that, you know, it really doesn't make a big difference, but I appreciate the flavor that when I'm going through an old game, that there's a certain amount of like just this little bit of jankiness even in the manual. And I will say the funny thing is, for the Elvira game, that manual, I got that through Good Old Games, because, you know, it's still licensed, so you pay for it. King's Bounty is abandonware, so I got this from abandonware. And both of them, even though there are two different sources, they both have the manual that was just like flopped open on a copier to preserve this information for later times. And I appreciate that. So we're now going to take our hourly break. It's going to be about 3 minutes-ish. So we like to, for my well-being, your well-being, for everyone's well-being, we pull an after these messages, we'll be right back sort of deal, where you can get up, you can go to the bathroom, grab a drink, grab a snack, just close your eyes and stop staring at screens for a couple minutes. You know, all that stuff that we know we should do, but that we forget to do. I'm going to snack, personally, as I kind of skipped dinner, and then I heated up dinner, and then I started stream, and it's like still right here, and I haven't eaten it. So we're going to eat, and I'll see you in 3 minutes. Alright, we have returned. I hope everyone had a good break. We are ready. Head into game. Hopefully, probably. Okay, it did not like getting full screen there. Let's try this again. Okay, so who do we want? We go with Sorceress. We'll select normal. Do I wish to destroy the game of Trying the Night? Yes, because I only logged in long enough and I did like half of a fight. Okay, so we have no villain contract. And we have almost no money. And we have no siege engines. Also, I'm running into a problem where, for some reason, when I'm full screening the game, it is blanking out both of my monitors. So I can no longer see, like, stream-related things, which is a problem. We're going to try this again. Okay. Mount D. Alright, New World Computing presents King's Bounty, yes. Why are you refusing to behave properly? Let's do a quick Googling, shall we? DOSBox, full screen, blanks, second monitor. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Alright, let's try this. Okay, no such luck. So, one thing did say, oh, well, you can just do the thing, like, you can release the cursor, and then you can move to the second thing, to the second screen. That's supposedly Control F10. So, we're going to do this a little differently. And we're going to... It will still be tiny for me, but I'm going to make it big for you. So... Where are we? There we go. Okay. Alright, do we have everything properly captured? Not quite. Not good enough. I think we're going to call that good enough. Okay, we'll call that good enough. Excellent. So, options. Alright, so, movement with the right hand on the number pad. Alright, A to view army. M for map. Map. Okay, the map doesn't tell us a whole lot. I don't know what that map means. A to view army. Alright, we have 30 peasants and 10 sprites. Recruit soldiers. We have 10,000 gold. So, let's get archers. We'll get the maximum, which is 6. And let's get pikemen. We'll get the maximum, which is 6. And let's get militia. Let's get 30, which is the maximum. And then we'll exit. And then we'll exit. Wait, no. Audience with the king. Trumpets announce your arrival with regal fanfare. King Maximus rises from his throne to greet you and proclaims, "My dear Triang, I can aid you better after you've captured 3 or more villains." Okay, so how do I get a contract for a villain? Oh, here we are, Town of Huntersville. Get a contract. Murray the Miser, reward 5,000 gold, no alias, last seen Continentia, which is where we are. Castle unknown, distinguishing features, threadbare clothes, bald patch with hair combed to cover it, incessant cough. Crimes. Murray is wanted for various petty crimes, as well as for treason. He allowed a group of pirates to enter the castle and free criminals. Okay. Gather information. Castle Vutar is under Hack the Rogue's rule. Okay. Let's just Hack the Rogue. Castle Vutar. There we go. There we go. Castle Vutar is under Hack the Rogue's rule. Alright, so we know where Hack the Rogue is. Cool. And he has some nomads, many militia, a lot of peasants, and many peasants. Excellent. It needs... I guess we buy siege weapons? Sign says rent a boat and sail the seas, explore the easy way. Of course. Your scouts have sighted a few orcs, some gnomes, a few skeletons. Yes, we will attack. Okay, options. You to use magic. Okay. We don't know any spells. Cast which combat spell? Like, can I cast Fireball? You don't... Yeah, alright. We don't know any spells. Peasants will wait. The sprites don't have a ranged attack. What is our other option? I for information? A to view army. Can I view the opponent army? V to view character. What a pose. She's just dancing on him. Max spell. Right, what is this? Are these spell scrolls? Okay. You will also wait. Archers, you will shoot. Oh, we have to move our targeting reticle. Gnomes move, skeletons move. Wait. Wait. Okay, you will shoot the gnomes. Attack the gnomes. Move. Attack. Nice. All skeletons. Wait, they retaliated even though they were all died? Fly there. And then attack the orcs. And then the sprites immediately die. Okay, so much for the sprites. Oh, we lost a... Oh. There we go. We need to turn up the game audio. You missed the fanfare. That's not right. You need to be able to see the fanfare. Alright, we have successfully vanquished yet another foe. Spoils of war. 507. Okay. Sign reads Peasant Way. You may recruit up to 30. Alright, sure, we'll get some peasants. Gather information. Ooh, instant army spell. And gather information. Castle Azram is under no one's rule. Okay, so that means we know that it doesn't have the person we want in it. So, how do we want to mark that? Castle Azram is under nobody's rule. Okay, cool. I want a new contract. A few vampires, a few zombies, a few skeletons. I think the vampires just kill me, right? Let's find out. Wait. Shoot the vampires. Wait. And wait. They fly, they kill all my ranged guys, right? No, they kill 5 peasants. Peasants attack vampires. Archers attack vampires. Pikemen attack vampires. Militia attack vampires. Alright, we killed a vampire. Probably should have had my ranged guys wait. Looks like it doesn't matter. Hey, the peasants got the kill. Oh. Lots of spoils, but we don't, like, level up or anything. Use magic. Instant army. A few sprites have joined your army. A few skeletons flee in terror. Okay, cool. 6 villains rule Continentia. Castle... Alright. Vutar. Hack the rogue and his army. Occupy this castle. Do we want to lay siege? No. After discovering the area, you discover that it is rich in mineral deposits. The king rewards you for your find by increasing your weekly income by 16. Cool. Some peasants, some gnomes, a few skeletons. Yes, we can fight those. Wait. 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 And wait. Shoot. The gnomes. I have a ranged unit and you do not. Move the peasants. Oh, I hit W instead of S. That's fine. Yeah, there's no point in getting the sprites involved. Shoot the gnomes. Peasants will move back 1. You will shoot the skeletons. You will wait so you can attack the skeletons as they move forward. You will wait so you can attack the gnome if they move forward, and you will do nothing. Alright, so the peasants got in the way of the... Interesting. So we're counting on the peasants being weak enough see. I shouldn't have done that. Now it lets the gnomes move forward. and they can actually do damage. Wait. Shoot the gnomes. Attack the gnomes. Wait. The skeletons won't be able to attack me because they need to move twice and then attack. And they can only move twice. Oh, never mind. Okay, and this should kill them. A few wolves run away. Alright, so the castle at the bottom left is where we started. The castle at the bottom right has the wrong villain. After scouring the area, you fall upon a hidden treasure. You take... we can take 100 gold or get 2 leadership. We'll get 2 leadership. Both of those seem like terribly low rewards. Pond of Peril. Okay. Skeletons run away. Gather information. Castle Nilslag is under Princess Aimola's rule. Alright. Castle Nilslag and Princess Aimola. Nilslag, Princess Aimola. And yes, I know that I use the same color to cross this out as I am to mark these as present, but, you know, we're just gonna have to deal with it. And has lots of sprites, few ogres, yeah. Freeze spell. Let's not. Yeah, I can fight them. Wait. Shoot. Sprites can go anywhere they want. Peasants stand still. Dwarves move 1, zombies move 1. I really wish that I had more archers. Because there's so much stuff that is slow moving that it would be really, really nice to have, well, just more ways to shoot them when they're on their way over to me very, very slowly. Oh, we lost 3 militia. Another 3 militia. Boo. Okay, the sprites finished off the orcs. Wait. Shoot the zombies. Wait. Wait. We're just gonna let the zombies take another shot before we attack them. Wait. Shoot the zombies. Hit with the pikemen. We don't get experience for doing this, of course, because experience is based on capturing villains, not defeating random things. Let's see. We can either take 500 gold or get 10 leadership. We're going to keep getting leadership because as a sorceress, we're low on leadership to start with, so we might as well benefit. Many sprites, some peasants, and a few skeletons. Yeah, sure, why not? Wait. Shoot the sprites, because they're going to come for me immediately. Wait. Wait. Let us sacrifice our sprites. Oh, that goes for the peasants. Interesting. Wait. You're not going to move. You're going to move there. There, peasants move up. The skeletons move up. Oh, we didn't kill all of them. Wait. Let the pikemen finish them off. Wait. Then we can shoot the peasants with the archers. Okay. After scouring the area, you fall upon a hidden treasure. We will continue getting more leadership. We will use more magic. What do you mean I don't know that spell? Options. View character. What are these things in my inventory? Alright, back to the manual real quick. Name, leadership. Max spells. It doesn't say what the inventory is here at the bottom. Villains caught, castle's garrison, current score. Representations of the 8 artifacts and the maps which reveal the passageways of the 4 continents. Alright, so these are maps of the continents, which is, we started with a map to Continentia. So I didn't realize that it cost 1,000 gold not to learn the spell, but to get one cast of it available. I thought this was like put it in my spell book and then I can cast it as many times as I want. That is apparently not the case. Let's see, a tribe of nomads meet you and your army warmly. Their shaman, in awe of your prowess, teaches you the secret to his tribe's magic. Your maximal spell capacity is increased by 1. Cool. No. No. Okay, yes. Yes, we will. Wait. Shoot. We really want the ghosts to die so that they can't attack our peasants and get a ridiculous number of ghosts. And of course, if the sprites kill all of my peasants first, well, there we go. Now we're good to go, because now the ghosts can't do it. Wait. Move forward and attack the sprites. Wait. Shoot the ghosts. Okay, the dwarves can't get to me, but I think the ghosts can. Yeah, this is what I thought. I think the ghosts just overrun me. Because they attack, they kill one. Yeah, they get it back. Okay. We managed to hold out. But we're gonna lose our pikemen. I think I was selling the dwarves short. I thought they were a tier 2 unit, but maybe they're tier 3. Let's check our reference card. Dwarves. No, they're tier 2. They're just beefy. Alright, how's our map exploration going? So we can't get through the forest here. Do I need to rent a boat to get anywhere? Is that what this is? Sure. You know what? I don't know if we win this. Like, clearly, like, our archers aren't strong enough to just carry us as they slowly walk toward me. Ooh, that's an excellent move by the dwarves. Well, it's a bad move for them, tactically. It's an excellent move for me. Because it means that we can do this. And the dwarves can't get to us right now. We're just gonna actually pass. Okay, so the dwarves did get a chance to move. Alright. Time to die. I think I might need to go back to town to replenish my army. Because this is rough. Also, I have increased my leadership by a little bit by getting those different treasure chests. So we have that going for us. So we might be able to get a little bit bigger army this time. How much gold do we have? We'll take the leadership. Castle Amola, nay siege, no. We need to go back to the original castle. all vampire dwellings are repopulated. Alright. On hand. So we gained money. The week ended. Recruit soldiers. Archers. Max 2. Militia. Max 38. Thank you. Pikemen. Max 7. Yes, all of them. Thank you. Well, let's look at these possible castles. Nilsag is 22-24. I think we just explore around. Gather information. Alright, so it's the same information as before. Army. We even want to grab peasants? Yeah, we'll get 84 peasants. Sure, why not? The why not is obviously that it costs us gold, but... we could build a bridge. But... we'll take leadership. Ooh, okay, so we can get to the forest continent now. A few orcs, a few skeletons, a few wolves, yes. We can take that. Right, wolves are probably a little faster, right? Oh, but they're moving in a weird direction, so that's fine. We definitely want to shoot the orcs first. Okay, you're going to wait. You are going to attack the wolves. You're gonna hit the skeleton. Oh! For some reason I thought I'd get away without them killing any. But still, losing one archer doesn't seem like much, but when you only had 8 to start with, that's a non-trivial percentage. Sign reads dead end. We'll take the gold this time. Wonder Woods. How much gold do we have? We've got a decent amount. Leadership. Many sprites and some peasants. We have to attack to get out, so... we're gonna shoot sprites. Wait. 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 So it looks like, as far as initiative and speed and all are concerned, that if I full weight and they full weight, they still get to move first. Oh, losing the archers is rough. Wait. Kill the sprites. Shoot the orcs. What I'm worried about here is that the orcs will manage to kill another one of my archers, and I'll be down even further. But I'm sacrificing my militia in order to make that not happen. Takes time to cross the desert. I'm sure it does. No. Okay, yes. Like, it makes it seem like you have a choice, but when it comes down to it, you don't really have that much of a choice. They're going to just chase you down. We're shooting the wolves because wolves have 3 movement, skeletons only have 2. And then the peasants have 1. So the peasants are going to get 1 shot at some point, and it's not going to be a problem. Shoot skeletons. Pikemen move forward, they kill the wolves. Wait. We pause. We pause. So the skeletons get to hit my pikemen. And then we get to clean up the peasants. What I'm wondering is, with the retaliation they can do after they're dead, does that actually deal any damage? The dwarves, skeleton zombies, yes. Alright, shoot the dwarves. They're not dead, but that's fine. Plan is to attack the skeletons while we try to chip down their dwarves from range. The plan to chip down the dwarves from range is not going super well, because, well, the dwarves, they're pretty tanky. Yeah, we lose a pikeman. Being able to only move once is rough. Like, it makes the peasants really bad because they have to move next to something to attack it, but they can't move and attack on the same turn. So, like, they just have to move up and then take a bunch of losses to the face. Alright, how are we doing? Oh, a town. Gather information. Castle Portulus is under no one's rule. Portulus? Nobody's rule. We still don't know where Murray the Miser is. And he's the one we want. Gather information. Castle Cucamonga is under Dread Pirate Rob's rule. Not Dread Pirate Roberts, but Dread Pirate Rob. Alright, so Cucamonga under Dread Pirate Rob's rule. Lots and lots of militia, some archers, some elves, a few barbarians. Excellent. Okay, so we did come up a little bit in money. We will take leadership. We'll take leadership. Oh, this is taking... Right, okay, so it wasn't lying about the... crossing the desert takes a long time. Baron Jono Makow in Wankelfort. Well, we're narrowing down where he can be. He has to be at Orphorod, Iruk, Faxis, or Kenkwar. This would be easier to read if I had a proper map. Like if we looked at the like if we looked in the manual and there were an actual map of where these things are instead of just the coordinates. But then again, maybe we can just read our coordinates. Lay siege, no. No. View. Map. Wolves are available to recruit. Yes, we'll get 44 wolves. Wow, this is a terrible idea. We should really be on a boat instead. Ooh, you discover us rich in mineral deposits, so we get more weekly income. Various groups of monsters occupy this castle. Lay siege? Sure, why not? I think we're already screwed ourselves over. Wait. Alright, so we attack the wolves. Rides fly, they kill 2 archers, 1 archer. Wait. Okay. Space to garrison. We want to... Let's leave the peasants here. A few wolves. Yes. Stepping into the desert was a terrible idea. Dungeon? Skeletons are available. Recruit how many? 0. Takes time to cross the desert. You're not kidding. Where did I leave my boat? It's over here, right? I'm still paying by the week to rent this boat as I'm just like wandering in the desert. Gather information. Castle Irok is under no one's rule. Okay, Irok. Nobody's rule. Got it. Many sprites, a few wolves, some skeletons, a few dwarves, and a few orcs. How much money do we have? We'll take a fireball scroll. Yes. Okay, so what if we want to actually cast fireball here? We want to take out the dwarves. Kills 2 dwarves. Wait, because you're kind of boxed in. Wolves are out of control. Oh no. Are they under control now that some died? Or do they stay out of control? Because that's going to be interesting. I knew it was a risk taking those wolves on because the manual warned me, like, if you get too many, then you can't control them anymore. And I was already at cap. Alright, wolves are back under control. Wow, I'm surprised that you didn't kill any. Still. Alright, we will garrison the militia here. Many sprites, a few orcs, few wolves. No, we won't attack them. No, we won't attack them. Oh, alright, fine, they're blocking the way. We will attack them. Have it your way. Wait. Alright, let's fly. They hit the wolves? Okay. Maybe they were just trying to burn my retaliation, so their wolves can attack my wolves? Yeah. Wait. Okay. Right, we'll take the tribute. Thank you very much. Right, we are at 931. We need to check. Offer odds should be 9 around here. So that's at 657, and we're at 931. So it's to the left and further up, presumably. A few ghosts, some gnomes. No. Okay, I'm not going to be able to not fight these guys, so I guess we just fight them now. We take up defensive posture around our archers. Kill 2? Kill 0. Aha. Ghosts wait. Wait. If the ghosts move forward, I'll be able to attack them next turn. Yeah, they kill a pikeman, retaliate. Alright, so ghost stack stays at certain size. Wait. Boom. Ugh. I need higher level units. But the problem is we don't get to do that. We need to level up in order to recruit higher level units. But you know what we can't do? We can't level up by grinding things. We need to find the dude that we have a contract for. No. Alright, we're going to go back to our boat, which is somewhere around here-ish. We're going to try to go back to our first city and restock our army a bit. Oh, it looks like it's time for another health and wellness break. Where we can take 3 minutes and with those 3 minutes, we will take better care of ourselves. We will stand up, we will stretch, we get to refill our drink. We can take a nice bathroom break, and I hope everyone else joins me. Take care of yourself a little bit. We're just going to spend about 3 minutes not staring at screens. We're not going to play the game, so you won't miss anything during this time, so please join me in taking a quick break, and I'll see you in about 3 minutes. Okay, we have returned. I hope everyone had a good break. And I had one. We finished off some food, we got some water, and now we get to recruit soldiers. Get me more archers. Thank you. Get me militia. 69. Get me pikemen. 9. Okay. We're a little bit better prepared now. Is there a wraparound? Can I go south to go north? Nope. Side needs Treasure Island, because of course it does. The scepter will be nowhere to be found. Okay, cool. Good for you. Oh, there's a solid wall here. Understood. Have you woken from your slumber and now you hunger? Is that how this is, Liesel? Okay. Now we're not as worried. Why only killing one? I have 13 archers now. I could have sworn that I was killing one when I had like 5 or 6 archers. There we go. Must just be a variance in how hard we can hit. More leadership, please. More leadership, please. A 100 barbarians. What are barbarians again? Barbarians are... Whoa. That's a tier 4 unit. You may recruit up to 3. Okay, right. I was like, 100 are available. I can get 100 barbarians? It's like, wait a second. It's like, no. So... Okay, gather information. Castle Wanklefort is under Baron Jono. Alright, Wanklefort, Baron Jono. Oh, we already knew that. Okay. Find villain spell. Thank you. Use magic. Find villain. Last scene. Castle Rythacon. Which is 54-6. Which is basically... Which is almost due north of here. Wait, 54-6? So it's all the way in the southeast corner. Okay, but we'll still explore up here for other reasons. We get more income. We gather information. Castle Kankamar is under Kanagor the Mystic's rule. Alright. Kanagor the Mystic. Okay. And he's got a lot of good stuff. We'll grab a bridge spell. No. Can we go around on the outside? Isle of Death. Some skeletons, a few dwarves, a few orcs. Yeah, we can take that. Barbarians, you're telling me and only 2 die? Why are they hitting so weakly? Did I mess up my morale? Maybe I should look at our reference card again. So... Barbarians. Oh, they have super variable damage. They do 1 to 6 damage, as opposed to, say, pikemen do 2 to 4, and wolves do 1 to 3, so that's why. There are so few of them, they don't actually do that much damage, but they can move and they have a decent number of hit points. Okay, 1 more dwarf down. I'm starting to feel like I'm gonna lose a barbarian soon, if I don't attack with something else. Oh, oops. I should have attacked with the wolves, but, you know. Just everyone looking at each other, dealing no damage. Yes, Isle of Death. Castle Faxis has no one in it. Did I already know that? I did not already know that. Right, so I haven't even defeated my first villain yet. And I have almost full information. Because Offerod has either no one or one of the higher level people. But presumably the higher level people are on the other continents. Oh. It's a teleporter. Interesting. I might just die here, because I didn't quite see what those were. Are those ogres? Let's look up ogres real quick. Ogres, they're a tier 3 unit. They only have 1 movement, but they have twice the health of dwarves. Which means, basically, they're going to slowly walk towards me. And, yeah. Well, barbarians have low morale. As do the militia. Well, that might explain why we have a problem with dealing damage. Why would the militia have lower morale? Oh, militia are A group and the others are in B group. I see. And barbarians are in C group. And if we scroll up on a reference card, C group has low morale when D is in the party? Or A is in the party? And A has low if D or E... So why should my militia be low morale? Do we have D or E? Wolves are D. Oh, the wolves make my militia worse. Should have paid attention to that. Okay, so I guess we're just gonna see what we can do about getting our wolves killed. Wait. Alright, so wolves take the first retaliation. Then these others can come up and hit. Yeah, and they're gonna kill off the militia. Have the wolves take the retaliation. They're going to continue killing the militia. Oops, that was incorrect. Now my wolves aren't getting killed off. Still so many of them. Because these things have 40 health each. Does the retaliation get the last one? It does. Yeah, it gives 3,000 gold. It better because we lost a lot from that. Oh wait, this is a different passage. Okay. Sprites? Druids are available. Alright, what are druids? Druids are the top end of forest. They are C group. C doesn't bring anyone down. But they get low if they have D or in group. Alright, so... yeah, getting rid of the wolves was good. We're gonna get 6 druids. Yes. Kill most of the sprites. Wait. Wait. Move forward. Druids shoot them. Don't do anything. Don't do anything. Shouldn't kill any. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so yeah, now because we got rid of the wolves, everyone is back to normal morale. So that's good. Pass, 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 shoot. Let's just double check here. Druids may cast 3 lightning bolt spells. So they're not, strictly speaking, they're not a ranged unit. I don't think. Yeah, they're a caster unit, so they can cast spells 3 times. So they're essentially like a ranged unit with 3 shots. Right, maximum spell capacity up, very nice. What's down here? We'll take more leadership. Few elves, a few orcs, and many sprites. Yes, we can handle that. Shoot the elves. Okay, so we lost 0. Alright, still lost 0 archers. These are going to kill a pikeman? Yeah, 1 pikeman down. Can you one-shot the orcs? You can. Excellent. We're still in unexplored territory. Gather information. Castle Offrod is under no one's rule. Did we already figure that out? No, that was the one remaining one that we weren't sure about. Excellent. Wait, what was the spell? Freeze spell. Boondocks. We'll distribute it. Yes. The others move so slowly that it does not matter. So half the elves. Do we lose an archer? We do lose 1 archer. Kite this out. All the elves are down. We don't need to engage in melee. These guys move super, super slowly. So we can use our archers. Burninate all the peasants. There we go. I suppose technically this is lightning bolt. Cucamonga is not the castle we care about. But we'll take the leadership. No. Alright, max spell capacity up. That's nice. Yes, we can handle that. Kill the gnomes. Do nothing. Do nothing. Do nothing. Take out the skeletons, please. Excellent. Because this is all slow moving, we just get to shoot it. There's a reason that I tended to prefer ranged heavy strategies in these games. Because, especially early on when we're fighting a bunch of low-level things, like, well, why wouldn't I want to just have as much range as possible? Because there's so many things that only have one movement per turn. Alright, so we're still, even with our increased army, we are still gaining money. Ogres are available. We don't want to recruit any ogres right now. Thank you very much. We need to go back to this teleport thing, back to our boat, and then we need to head all the way down to the south east to find the dude that we need to kill. We don't want any wolves. 0. Alright, so we can't leave unless we take this fight. And trolls have the ability to regenerate if you don't kill them. Oh, son of a bitch. Alright, so we need to get ourselves up in melee to take care of that. Alright, we'll take out the orcs. Okay, we're gonna all in on the trolls. Because we need to be able to kill at least one, otherwise they just regenerate. Although I don't know the exact timing on their generation. Can't shoot. Okay, there we go. It's at end of combat, so the final retaliation did get him. You know what? No. We have a castle to go conquer. We're gonna stop by... Ridding the countryside of a ferocious beast, the magistrate presents you with the Ring of Heroism and a piece of the map to the Stolen Scepter. What does the Ring of Heroism do? Let's go down here. Monsters. And yes, I know that the stream isn't properly showing it. I will read it out once we get to it. The Ring of Heroism. A potent bauble, the Ring of Heroism increases all of the intangible aspects of leadership and heroism. Good luck becomes great, impossible odds are beaten, and events suddenly have a way of ending up profitably for the bearer of the ring. Alright, so we have basically good luck now. Many sprites, some skeletons, many peasants, yes. Killed sprites. We do nothing. We do nothing. We do nothing. We kill the rest of the sprites. Then we do another round of attacks on the skeletons. Do nothing, and do nothing. Alright. So at long last, we are going to be on our way shortly to actually progressing the game state, which is to say, we're going to finally go defeat a villain, and villains are the only way to level up. And we just got very unlucky with some things. Yeah, we'll take leadership, more leadership, more leadership, secret pass. Oh, right. We already went through that pass. Let's see. Yeah, we need to go up and around. Yes, we'll get 2 more barbarians. That brings us from 3 to 5. That's like a 66% increase in barbarians. Let's see. Do we want to go around the left side? Yeah, we'll go around the left side. Recruit soldiers. Pikemen. All of them. Archers. As many as possible. Militia. As many as possible. We still can't get higher level guys because we have not ranked up. And why haven't we ranked up? Well, because we have not managed to do the key thing that we're supposed to be doing, which is defeating villains. Hack the rogue and his army. No, we need the miser. More leadership. No. Options. Is there any save or load game? No. There is only quit and save, so we're gonna just think that it auto-saves. Murray the Miser, lay siege. Yes. That's a lot of peasants. I'm gonna shoot the wolves. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna kill those peasants. I'm gonna kill only 4 peasants? Alright, so we did lose a barbarian. Okay. Kill all of them. Kill that. And then... Excellent. Spoils of War, 1820, and the capture of Murray the Miser. Fulfilling the contract, you receive an additional 5,000 gold as a bounty and a piece of the map to the stolen scepter. We will garrison... Oh, it garrisons all of them. It's fine. Well, it's probably fine. Yes. But we need to get to a town. So that we can pick up another contract. Because we know where, like, everyone is. So we should be able to grab a contract, grab some troops, and then just kind of go. We will take the leadership, please. Oh, a town. Get new contract. Hack the Rogue, alias the Spitter. Reward 6,000 gold. Lasting Catanentia Castle Vutar. Alright, where is Castle Vutar? That is at 50. Sorry, that is 40 and 5. Wait, that's nearby. Yeah, that's like right here. Yes. Okay. Use magic. Let's lightning bolt whatever these are. One nomad. Shoot the nomads. Wait. Well, peasants. Shoot the nomads. Perhaps I shouldn't have garrisoned my militia there. Because it might just turn out badly for me. Shoot the nomads. Kill the rest of the nomads. Chop down more peasants. Shoot these militia. I don't know if it's good or not that only one is left. On the one hand, it means it can't really hurt me. On the other hand, it means it can soak a retaliation. Alright. Peasants are weakened. Alright, we will not garrison anything this time. But we will go back to town to grab more militia. Got a new contract. Princess Amola. Last seen in Nilislag. Nilislag is 2224. So that is the southwest. Recruit soldiers. Militia. All of them. Archers. We can have one more. And pikemen, we can have 4 more. Wait a second. Villains caught 2. Wait, what is our progression again? How many do we need to progress? We need 3 to progress. Alright, so this next one is big, because it gives us a bunch of extra leadership. That said, getting plus 60 leadership, I've been getting so many chests. We have 250 leadership, even though our base is 60, because we picked up all these chests, and we've chosen the leadership instead of getting the gold. So I guess we have a much bigger army than we probably should as sorceress at this point, but, you know, it helps. So let's see. What was that location again? Princess What's-Her-Face is in Nilislag, which is 2224. Alright, so we should probably just debark here. We'll grab some peasants as cannon fodder. Oh, we already have the maximum number of armies. Never mind then. Alright, I need to go around and I need to go up. Oh, she's on the other... Okay, never mind. I shouldn't have gotten out of my boat. I need to take the boat around. Unless... Do I have a bridge spell? I do have a bridge spell. Yes. Okay, so... The flying doesn't really bother me that much on the sprites because it's such a small map anyway. Alright, we're going to lose a ton of archers, aren't I? And 2. But now I lose another, like, 4? Oh no, they attacked the militia, which is good. The militia moved to the side and then down, so they didn't get to attack. Kill the sprites off. We want to hit the ogres. You'll move. You will cast a spell on the ogres. I'll use a magic spell. I have clone? Clone might make people go crazy, though, is the problem. Because clone gives you extra dudes. Oh, okay, let's try it. 10 militia clone, that's not bad. Because we already lost more than 10 militia. So it's no big deal. They're still under my control. It's basically like a resurrect spell, unless the cloned guys go away at the end of the fight, in which case, it's not as good. But, you know, we take what we can get. Okay, do we want to garrison anything here? Yeah, we garrison militia. Okay. Artifacts found 1, villains caught 3. We are still listed as sorceress. Do we need to go back to the king to level up? He did say he could help us more once we had done 3. Audience with the king. Trumpets announce your arrival with regal fanfare. King Maximus rises from his throne to greet you and proclaims, "Congratulations, I now promote you to magician." Cool. So, we get... Oh, we're at the maximum number of armies, of course. So how did we get to recruit the wizards or the druids? So it was like, is my cursor showing on screen? Maybe, maybe not. Oh, yeah, it is. Good. So the druids are recruited here. So sail the ship all the way around this way to go and get my druids actually as a decent stack. But first, get a new contract. Baron Jono Makel is in Wanklefort, which is 40-40. This Wankle Fort? No, this is someplace that we already took over. Did I land here already? I did not. Got another artifact for me? No, that's just desert. Of course. Alright. We'll get more barbarians, sure. That gets us up to 7? Yeah, 7. Now I'm pretty sure this is Wankle Fort. So we're not going to attack it yet, because I want to go around the bend here and get more of my druids. Recruit up to 6. That's how many we will recruit. There we go, twice as many druids. Now we can go back to Wanklefurt. Peasants are repopulating. Right, so we are coming out ahead still. So yeah. So we gained 5,100, and our army cost us like 4K and another 5,000 for the boat. So we are still gaining money. Okay. I was hoping to actually kill them all the way. Kill 3 dwarves, take a shot. The wolves kill a bunch of my militia. Yeah, 15, but they all die in exchange. Okay, I think we all in on the trolls this turn. There we go. Kill the rest of the dwarves. Just moving up here so they can't shoot. They have to melee. I'm glad that I refilled my troops, because it meant I didn't lose as many. I wish I could garrison like half a stack of things. Because it's expensive to drop the, drop this many militia all the time, but... Oh, let's see, where was a town? Is there a town over here? There is a town over here. New contract. Castle, Cucamonga. Cucamonga is 5758. And we are currently at... Okay, so Cucamonga is... like up here. Is it this one all the way up here? Let's find out, shall we? Do I want to go in there without any militia? Probably not, but you know, we ball. This is the wrong way. But we hadn't explored this way, so... Oh, cool. Extra income. Yeah, we'll attack, because they won't let us buy it otherwise. Shoot them. Oops. I moved them too far forward, so now we have to shoot the skeletons. Don't move yet. Don't move yet. But yeah, so this is an unexplored area. We continue to take lots of leadership. Yes. Take out all the sprites. Take out all the gnomes. And burninate all the peasants. Gnomes. We do not care to recruit gnomes. We attack because we want to get by, and they won't let me by without fighting them. These guys don't do anything. These guys don't do anything. These guys kill dwarves. What are we doing? Alright, so we are back to areas we have explored before, which means it's time to get back on our boat. And go fight the dude that we're supposed to be fighting. Which I believe... is this one over here, right? Castle Cucamonga with Dread Pirate Rob. Killing one? Wait. All the elves. Not all the elves, okay. This is looking actually pretty dangerous. Maybe that ring that gives us good luck is gonna really come in handy here. Because, like, I'm actually gonna lose some barbarians here. Kill them off. Oh, no, that doesn't kill them off. Only one barbarian down there, okay. But we are almost certainly going to need to restock our army after this. We kill them off. That's not going to finish them, but it's fine. You will use your last spell on the barbarians, and then you get to be melee. Because druids only get 3 shots per battle. Okay. What did we lose? We lost 2 archers. We're not garrisoning anything. You get a new contract. Kanagor the Mystic in Castle Kankamar, which is at 3649. So basically due south of here. So that one. How many have we defeated? Villains caught 5. How many do we need for our next level? Like 7? Six. So we need 1 more before we get our promotion. This is ogres. Recruit up to 0. Okay. We already have full druids. Understood. You know what? We're getting the ogres just because there's a fight like right here that we're gonna take, and then we're gonna stick them in the garrison. Oh. Oh no. I think we're just dead. That's a lot of ghosts. I didn't get any combat spells. Oh, losing 10 archers immediately is bad. And he's got a lot of high-level units. Ooh. Ghosts are down. Take out a bunch of the sprites. You can only move 1, so we attack the archmages. Yeah, I think they're just like... They have so many high-level units, I don't think I'm going to be able to deal the damage I need to get through them. Wait. Okay. So we killed the sprites, but we still have 10 knights and 12 archmages to get through. And we're running dangerously low on, well, a lot of things, really. Let's see, these are knights and archmages. Let's look at the tiers on that. Knights are the top tier castle, archmages are top tier plains. This is a whole nother level of difficult that we're dealing with. I'm glad we stopped by and got these extra ogres. Let's see if we can grind this out. It's going to be rough, though. Hopefully our lucky artifact will work out for us. We're almost to the point where half of the archmages have died. Okay. Half of the Archmages are down. We're making progress. Yeah. The Knights are just killing my Ogres. But the Ogres were here to be fodder, so they are doing their job. He's just going to choose not to attack. Oh. I thought that because they were only killing one per turn, generally, if I waited to attack, then by choosing to not take the retaliation, I would get the opportunity to have him distract the Knights for an extra turn. Alright, all the Archmages are down, but there are 9 Knights left. I'm surprised my my archers aren't out of ammo. Oh, there we go. This is their last shot. Wait. Okay. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Oh well. Alright. 2 archers, you can soak his retaliation, so he doesn't hit the barbarians or the druids. I don't know how this is going to work out. Is it just going to be like the druids left alive? The barbarians and knights are going to kill each other, and the druids are going to be last man standing? Very close. We will garrison the last barbarian. Get new contract. Okay, so that's probably why that fight was so difficult. That was the last fight in this zone. So we need to go to Forestria next. Cancel boat rental. Rent a boat. I need a boat over here, because there's a fight between me and where my other boat was. Alright, so we want to restock on druids. And then we need to restock on literally everything else. What is the best way to get there from here? Yeah, we're going to go all the way around. Of course, one question is, I think I'm going to explore the rest of that unexplored eastern section, just in case there's another artifact there. And this is just a hunch, but there are 8 artifacts. And there are 4 continents. So I'm guessing, and this is completely a hunch, that there are 2 artifacts per continent. And we got 1, which means there's 1 more for the taking. Audience with the king. Promotes me to mage. Recruit soldiers. Alright, so we want archers. Lots of archers. We want pikemen. And we'll take knights. Let's see. Knights unfortunately move very, very slowly. We don't want to buy a bridge spell. Maybe we do? How many bridge spells do we have? We have one. So where are we? We're just zipping along the bottom here. And we want to explore the eastern section. And this section directly above us, too. What is this? Peasants are available. Let's not. Alright, how are we doing on... Alright. On this island. Castle Portulus. Well, there's no reason to fight that. So we're going to check the upper right corner. I don't expect there's going to be anything in this dark area, just because there's not a lot that could be there. Just based on the size of it. But we'll take a look just in case. Alright, well, nothing here. We didn't explore the top side either, so... Off we go. Anything special hidden back here? Any artifacts, maybe? No? Alright, so I still want to explore this area here. I don't know if it's completely blocked out by mountains or what, but if there was like an artifact in the very beginning and I just like missed it because I didn't turn left, that'd be kind of funny. Yes. You know, I'm now thinking if I can change the order of my guys. I wonder if there's no explicit way to change the order, but there is, like, you can garrison and ungarrison them in order to get them in the order that you want. Let's move the cursor off screen so it's not annoying. Take the leadership. There's sprites. King's Treasure Garden. Of course it is. Yes. Ghosts down. Gnomes move. No. That was the wrong button. We don't want to spend 10 days searching. Attack, yes. Kill the wolves. Do nothing. Shoot the other ranged stack. Oh. They're alive still. That's unfortunate. Not that it's going to do them a lot of good, but... I will say having spells be consumables really has soured me on the whole being a sorcerer thing. It's like, so you have lots of power, right? Yeah, well, not really, because it's going to cost me 1,000 gold per spell. It's just like, huh. That really makes it so it's not as compelling. Okay. Thinking about the knights is because they move so slow. I mean, I guess they'll be good in sieges. Like, because the map for sieges is so much smaller. So it doesn't matter as much if things are small. Or rather, if things are slow. But out here in the open field, like, moving one square at a time is forever. Still barely breaking even. Archers, 2. Pikemen, 2. Cavalry, yeah, we can't get any max. We're at max there. So wait, how do I go to another continent again? I thought that was similar to boat rental, but... Oh, is it one of the... Is it just straight up one of the commands? View army controls, use magic, view character, wait a week. No, it is not just one of the controls. It is N for new continent, which is not listed here. Ah, you have to be on the ship first. Okay, Forestria. Time stop spell. Only 200. Okay. What should my spell power be like now? On the ref card, we are level 3. So our spell power should be 10. Where are we anyway? Not controls. Options. Where's our view contract info? I for info. Castle unknown. I see. Alright, gather information. Castle Mooseway is under Sir Morden the Cruel's rule. Alright, so. Castle Mooseway is under Morden the Cruel. A few demons? Well, this seems to have escalated. So... Oh, Time Stop is only an adventuring spell, not in combat spell. Understood. Those move forward one, those move forward one. The demons can fly and just kill half my guys. Like, they have a chance to kill half my guys. Wait. Ugh, got halved. That's a shame, because my druids were one of my strongest things, especially because they can shoot from range. Knights kill 2. And that needs to do retaliation. Yeah, see, we got halved, so now we don't actually manage to kill those anymore. I mean, I guess we might as well use Time Stop. Some elves, some dwarves, some skeletons. Shoot the elves. You kill the elves. You kill most of the skeletons. You kill some dwarves. You kill the rest of the skeletons. And the knights move forward. The knights should be able to soak the attacks of the dwarves. We're just moving these guys back. So it's interesting that you get the advantage that you get first attack, but you get the disadvantage that you can't do a tactical thing of like wait until they move first before you attack. So you can't really like set traps, but you can win with aggression. Sign reads wrong way. Gnomes are available. Good for the gnomes. Spell capacity up. And we're back to where we started. Let's cast another Time Stop. Because why not? Let's see. Gather information. Castle Yennefer is under Prince Barrowpine's rule. Alright, so Yennefer and Barrowpine. Barrowpine. Yennefer. Wait, who are we looking for again? For Mordron the Cruel. Oh, he's in Mooseway, so we need to go to 2539. Dwarves are available. Cool. Can I get there from here? There is an opening up here that I haven't explored. No. Let's see, 2539, so it is northeast of here. No. More leadership, please. Thank you. Anything else around here I want to grab first? No? Okay. Okay. I think we... Lose 2? No, just 1. Alright. So I did buy a resurrection spell. And the resurrection spell should give me 1 per spell power, and I think I have 10 spell power according to this. Yeah, it should be 10 spell power. So these guys are a good candidate to revive because they're pretty tanky, but ideally I would use it on my knights if I lose that many knights. I mean, I guess the thing is, if I use it on anything that costs less than 5,000 to recruit, then it's kind of a waste. Oh. So the problem is that my knights will beat their knights. But that's like it. The problem then is the champions, like the cavalry they have over there. They're probably going to come kill my archers. Yeah. Are we short on money is the thing. I think we weren't short on money before, and then and now that we're recruiting higher level things, we're now getting short on money. So, like, we're definitely gonna win here, but we're gonna lose most of our army. And I think I'm going to leave my druids behind. That's why I'm not having them attack. I want to save them for something else. How much are knights? Knights are 1,000 each, right? Okay, we get 24,000 gold. Okay, apparently now that I'm fighting harder stuff, then it's not really as big an issue. What is this? What are my notifications here like? Oh. I don't care about my stream streak, Twitch. I'm in the middle of streaming myself. We will put the druids in the garrison. Thank you very much. But now we need to go back in order to get our troops back. We cast time stop. More leadership. Don't go any further. I already been here. No. Okay, once again. I don't know why the guys here are just not attacking. Where's the maze entrance? I see. Alright. No. Like, presumably it was because I cast time stop that they're not moving around and chasing me and whatnot. Except, even after the time stop went away, it seemed that that was still the case. That they still weren't chasing me or anything. So, I don't really know what is up with that. Alright, so I need to get back on my boat. Go back overseas. Alright, so it is the time stop. Use time stop. Alright, I left my boat up here, right? Yes. Recruit soldiers. Alright, so we want our archers to be refilled. We want our knights to be refilled. Do we take cavalry? I mean, maybe we take cavalry. The thing about cavalry is that the hard fights are all, like, in tight spaces. Alright. I can aid you better after you've captured 5 more villains. Understood. Get a new contract. Last scene, Castle Yennefer. Why is there a demon in town? Okay, Castle Yennefer is at 1919. So, inside that forested area there. We will time stop. What spell do you have? Resurrect. Oh, now I'm like way low on gold. Losing that much army was super expensive. Okay, good, good. We get more income. We'll take the gold this time. I swear leadership is probably better, but you know. These spells aren't free, much to my consternation. No. Some ogres, some skeletons, a lot of peasants, yes. Okay. I still have neutral morale, right? These guys aren't all the same. Yeah. The fact that it's going to cost me 2,000 gold, or sorry, 5,000 gold every time I cast Resurrect is just rough. It makes the spell, like, only useful if I'm losing all of my knights, basically. Because knights are 1,000 each, horses are 800 each. Zombies available to recruit? No. Yeah, we're good to fight them. Oh, they're all grouping up behind them? Alright, I'll play this a little slower then. I'll just move my knights up. And then hopefully when they come forward, we just fight them with the knights. And the knights, in theory, won't die. Lose 4 militia. This is fine. Lose more militia. Yeah, another 2. Skeletons, and then the knights finish off the wolves. I keep expecting, like, a post-battle, like, breakdown of losses. But this game doesn't do that. Oh, didn't get all of them. I should really try to explore as much as I can first to try to find artifacts. Because I feel like a lot of this game is going to be about efficiency. Like, having to refresh my units is a real drag on my resources. So, the ability to get what is the right word? To get artifacts that would make it so I have fewer losses per battle seems like it would make a huge difference. Gather information. Base fit is under Dry Bones rule. I should have already known that. I was just there. Base fit is under the rule of Dry Bones? Dry Bones. These ones in the middle, it's really hard to track the line from top to bottom. Like, without some sort of color coding, you just kind of get lost in the grid. Find villain spell. Who's this one? Oh, that's right. I already know that this one is at Castle Yennefer, which is at 1919, which is way far away from where I currently am. 2 instant army spells. What does instant army give me? Instant army would give me a tier 3 unit associated with sorcerer, or sorceress, or mage, or whatever we want to call her, which would be elves. It would summon elves. Okay, so we want to kill the ghosts. Actually, we don't need to shoot the ghosts anymore, because they move next to the knights. The knights can just whack them. Oh, okay. I shouldn't have gone forward that much. Should have respected that the gnomes could actually kill one. That really takes the takes a lot of the victory away there. It's just like, ooh, we got 1,800 gold, except that we lost 800 gold's worth of units. Some zombies, a lot of peasants, some dwarves, yes. I don't really want to kill you, but I do very much want the money that comes from killing you. The fact that they can retaliate on the same turn that they die is kind of annoying. Like, I get it as a representation of the fight. It's not that they retaliate after they die, it's that in the fight that they died, they managed to take this many down with them. But it's still a little annoying. I gotta say, I do miss having 2 ranged units. Ogres are available. No. Many gnomes, some elves, and a lot of peasants. Yeah. Shoot the elves, move these forward, move these forward. Move these forward. Lose 1 archer. This is fine. In order to not have losses, I think we just have the knights handle this. We'll shoot you to take out half the stack. Then the knights kill the rest. Then you kill the elves. And then the peasants can attack the knights, but they won't do anything to them. A few ghosts. That's not bad. You still do want to kill them, but... Oh wait, that was one too far forward, right? The ghosts have enough movement to attack? No? Okay, excellent. I don't know if the knights can kill 3 ghosts, but I know they can kill 1. There we go. And again, I don't know for sure if we're going to get out without losses, so... Castle John, Bargish Eyesore. Castle John, Bargish Eyesore. You are not the one that I have the contract for. Okay. We're gonna cast another time stop. And we're gonna leave this forest maze area. Go down to this and turn left. Keep going left? Yes, keep going left. Because this is where I left my boat, I think. Many gnomes, a few nomads, some zombies, yes. We shoot the nomads. Am I going to lose horses if I attack the nomads? Maybe? Looks like no. Ah, there we go. Much safer. And we're going here onto our boat. We just need to go north here, because we need to fight the guy at 1919. A clone spell. Yes. Once again, the nomads go first. I think the knights can attack the wolves and take care of them. We'll continue pinging the nomads. Knights kill the wolves. You kill the skeleton. Kill the peasants. And the nomads get a hit off? Yeah, but they don't kill anything, so it doesn't matter. Excellent. Oh, more monthly income, or weekly income rather. Yes, this is fine. This is fine. No big deal. Shoot the wolves. Oh, all the wolves gone. Excellent. Very convenient. Let's actually double check our reference card here. So for morale groups, how do we get high morale? We need either all C or all D. And that's not going to happen because I'm A and B. So A and B is going to stay neutral as long as I don't have any D or E. So yeah, going back and grabbing druids would be nice. Instead of having my militia, I guess. Elves. Elves actually might be nice, but my army is full. I guess the downside to higher leadership is that if your army is bigger, it takes a lot more to pay them. That's right. So we are now Wait. Payment, boat, army. What's the payment? Or is that how much I'm getting? That is how much I'm getting. Yeah, my army is now costing me money. I'm no longer gaining money per week from base income. Nomads. No, not yet. We're gonna grab this first. Yes. We will... Oh, man, that's a lot of guys. Like, if we just look at it by tier, we're gonna have a problem. Do I have a resurrect spell? I do have a resurrect spell, and I have a fireball. There we go. Kill a bunch of the sprites. Finish off the rest of the sprites. We're losing a ton of militia, but I don't really care about the militia that much. Like, there's a lot of them, but... Yeah, the archers are also just not doing enough damage at this point. It's like, yeah, they're ranged, and yeah, that's nice, but they're just not hitting for enough. And the thing is, they're weak enough that they're not worth casting Resurrect on, because Resurrect works purely off of the numbers of things that there are. So it's just like, yeah, no one cares. We lost a knight. Lost 2 knights. Alright. We're getting ever closer to getting value out of a resurrect spell. But we're still not quite there, because it still costs 5,000, and we can just recruit new ones. And we've only lost, I think, 2 knights. Alright, we got 33k. We will garrison our militia. Wait, these are nomads. Where were there? There were elves to recruit somewhere, weren't there? Where are the elves? Was it all the way inside this spiral? Is it worth it to walk all the way there for elves? I mean, it probably is, right? Shoot them. Shooting them just because I trust the knights to kill them. Ooh, only 3. The income up a little bit. Yes, this is fine. Just ping down the dwarves before they get close. Excellent. So now the knights can kill the wolves, and we won't take any casualties there. And then we get these numbers, which is nice. Take out the zombies. Yeah, and you're not going to be able to take out the cavalry either. Crossroads, you think. Many wolves. Ooh. Few giants. So I'm counting on probably resurrecting my cavalry here. Because we started at 26. How many do we need to lose for it to be worth it? 7, and we've already lost 3. Yeah, we'll use it. Yeah, we got 6. Which is technically a waste. But you know, it's fine. Castle Mooseway. Oh, we were already here. We did like a full loop. Now where the hell did I leave my boat? A few demons. So the problem here is I used my my res spell. So if he halves these guys, all right, we got lucky. He did not halve them because if the demons are like suddenly bang 7 knights dead, like well shit. Wait. 1, 2, 3. Oh, killed 0? Okay, good. We don't have to deal with any potential chances of halving anymore. So that's good. But I don't know about the rest of this. Where are we? Cancel boat rental. Alright. Get res spell. Get res spell. Get new contract. Vargish Eyesore is in Castle Juan, which is 4134. Those are dwarves. We don't want dwarves. There are nomads available for being recruited on the island. Okay, we are now ahead. We are back to gaining gold because our army has shrunk. Yes, challenged to a joust by the dread Dark Knight, you quickly dispose of him and receive the Shield of Protection and a piece of the map to the Stolen Scepter. Excellent. We now have vastly increased defense on our units, which is very, very good. We kill some gnomes. Coming with cavalry, kill elves. Did we lose any cavalry here? We lost one pikeman. Okay, gather information. We'll get a time stop spell. Castle Duvok is under no one's rule. Duvok. Ain't nobody home. And where is Duvok again? It's like 40-40? Oh, no, I'm looking for John, and John is 41-34. So it's in the desert here. Ish. Ah, no, it's above. That was not worth the time. I'm missing a full stack of troops. I'm gonna go grab a temporary stack from one of these places down here, which... Ogres? Sure. Right. Everyone has normal morale. I was just double checking. It's like, wait, is that going to lower morale for some of my other groups? And the answer is no. Alright. 10 trolls. That's going to be rough. I have Clone and 3 Resurrects. Okay, so I'm already down a lot of cavalry. You take out the wolves. You get to hit the other ogres. Ugh. The trolls are surviving better because the orcs are taking my cavalry's retaliation. Let's kill the orcs first, then. Oh man, we only killed 14? The orcs were beefier than I thought. So I'm probably going to have to resurrect my horses again. And then what to do, Like, all my pikemen are going to die. Like, that's just how that's going to be. Oh, I should have resurrected the horses already. So that they can actually do full damage. So I'm down 2 knights as well. Okay. We will shoot you. This whole not being able to move and attack thing is a little rough. Because I would love to move my guy up so he's next to the trolls for next turn, but I have to forego my attack for that. Okay. Who do we go for next? I guess we go for the giants next. Which is rough, but it's going to be best to focus fire. I have one more res spell left. So the question I have to ask myself here is, do I feel like... So I'm currently down enough that I get full value on it out of resurrecting my cavalry. So I can resurrect 8,000 gold worth of cavalry. Or right now I can resurrect 3,000 gold worth of knights. Probably 4,000 to 5,000 by the time we're done. So I think we're pretty well in the ballpark of it is going to be most efficient to resurrect the cavalry. Yeah, we're down 4 knights, but that's only 4k. Whereas we were rezzing 8k worth of cavalry. Okay. Garrison, we're going to leave the archers here. They're not doing a whole lot for us. And then... let's look at our puzzle map, eh? So this is a 6x5. So presumably, it's a 50-50 shot of these two. Oh wait, do I know this place? Is this where I just was? Where that's like, that is the bad place. The place I was like, oh, that is not worth it. It looks like it. Which would be funny because it only takes 10 days to dig, right? Puzzle solve. I mean, I think we're looking pretty good here. And it has to be on a grass square. So, search area. Yes. Congratulations! We have recovered the Scepter of Order from the clutches of the evil master villains. As a reward for saving himself and the 4 continents from ruin, King Maximus and his subjects reward you with a large parcel of land and a rank of nobility and a medal, announcing your final score, 50-70. Excellent. Oh. And the game ends. No, would you like another round? No, like, would you like to save? No new game plus. It's just like, you won. Bye. You know? Oh. And that we've been live for just over 4 hours, so that brings us to the end of stream. We won. We did it. I was just like, wait a second. I've gotten a decent number of map pieces. Let's see if there's anywhere that looks familiar. And then it's just like, wait, it's right there. Let's just go get it, like 400 days to spare. So we won with Sorceress, which is supposed to be the hard one. Although we did only have it on normal difficulty. But yeah, King's Bounty. So for anyone who's played Heroes of Might and Magic, you can see a lot of the inspiration. And by inspiration, I mean it was made by the same people. So it's very much a strong precursor to Heroes of Might and Magic. Has a lot of the same mechanics. They're even carrying over a lot of the same what? A lot of the same, like, creature types. Let's get this fixed. This is what happens when we have to, like, ad hoc change our screen thing because the old game isn't behaving. Okay, so yeah, we won. It was a good time. I was not expecting to win in 1, first try, and 2, within the time constraints of 1 stream, because we spent the first hour or so reading the manual and figuring things out. But yeah, good times. Good times. So let's see, what else is up for this week? Well, we have 1 or 2 streams left this week. One of them is definitely going to be Dungeons & Dragons Online, as we do that once a week, every week. But we do have another candidate for a game from 1990, which is Monkey Island, or Secrets of Monkey Island. That came out in 1990. It was supposed to be on the list sooner, and then I saw King's Bounty was in 1990. And because I played Heroes of Might and Magic, I have a lot more nostalgia for that, so I bumped it up. So there is a possibility that we just do 3 games from 1990 this week, if we do DDO, and then it's like, well, guess we're going to do Monkey Island too. But yeah, so this is where we do the awkward sign-off thing, blah blah blah, click the buttons, like, comment, subscribe, etc, etc, etc. Thank you all for being here. There's a lot of places that you could be spending your time tonight, and you have chosen to spend them with me, and I appreciate that. So thank you for everyone who has been here, who's hung out. I hope you've enjoyed yourself. I know I did. And maybe I will see you next time. If you want to know when next time is, I'm not scheduling anything this year. I got into a place where I was just like, well, my stream days are this day, and then I wasn't going to things I wanted to go to on those days. And this year, we're changing that. Streaming is getting backseat to real life social events. Go figure. So, if you want to know when we go live, you will of course have to click the buttons or join the Discord or whatever if you want notifications. Otherwise, maybe the algorithm sends you here again. Who knows? But that said, thank you once again everyone for being here.